on step 3. You can fill out the form on step 3 with the details of your name and your family, the names of your family members. So here we have the website where you can make the offerings of the e-hundi. You can make the offering of the e-hundi in multiple currencies: the US dollar, the Australian dollar, the New Zealand dollar, the Canadian dollar, the euro, the Indian rupees, the Singaporean dollar, the Malaysian ringgit, the Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make this offering of the e-hundi in any amount of your choice. And if you'd like to make the traditional offerings of ornaments or sevas to Devi Parashakti, you can register for any of these offerings on the website. You can register for the Sankalpa chanting, which is the conscious resolution. The Devi Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, which is the offering of the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. You can register for this offering in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you wish to offer. You can also make the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. You can make this offering in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower. You can make this offering in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Metti, which is the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering on the website. The Swarna Mangtika, which is the gold hairline jewelry representing the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara Chakra. You can register for this offering on the website. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja, which is the traditional and ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru. You can register for this most sacred offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can also register for the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth to Devi Parashakti. You can register for any of these offerings of traditional ornaments or sevas to Devi Parashakti on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And with that, now let's get ready for the next segments of this program, where we'll be learning more about the various facilities being made available for the care and well-being of humanity through the various de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, as guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. So let us learn more about the various contributions of Kailasas to the well-being of humanity and the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously guiding us through this pandemic and for the superconscious breakthrough of humanity. So let us learn more about these facilities being made available. And you can continue to register for the various sevas as we get ready to receive the darshan and blessings of Devi Parashakti.
Nithyanandam everyone. So welcome back to this segment of Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, which are now COVID care protection centers, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramashugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dandvatitam Gagana Chadusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So what we learned from this segment today is concerning statistics on the mental health and the global peace across the world due to the pandemic, and what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contributions for global peace. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solutions for the mental health, global peace, and overall COVID-19. Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers, why temple-based ecosystems. UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions. And join Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. The crisis that we are under. Today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. Now, let us see some statistics and current news regarding the pandemic. In this news, that painful threshold of the pandemic. Few million people, 5 million people dead due to COVID-19. How we can help, each one of us responsibility. And third wave in Africa and many other countries. Global solidarity to end the pandemic. Climate change conference and 5 key messages. The mental and behavioral health at hybrid work. National emergency in children's mental health. The UN Global News, 5 million lives lost due to COVID-19. In a statement issued to mark the crossing of this painful threshold, the UN chief said the devastating milestone reminds us that we are failing much of the world. While wealthy countries are rolling out third doses of COVID-19 vaccine, only about 5% of the people in Africa are fully vaccinated. The best way to honor these 5 million people lost and support health workers fighting this virus every day is to make vaccine equity to reality by accelerating our efforts and ensuring maximum vigilance to defeat this virus, the Secretary General of the United Nations said. COVID-19 cases surges in Africa and many other countries as the UN urges fair distribution of vaccines. And the global solidarity only together can we end it. The climate and environmental news. As the World Leaders Summit opened on day 2 of COP, the UN chief Antonio Guterres sent a stark message to the international community. We are digging our own graves, he said, referring to the addiction to fossil fuels, which threatens to push humanity and the planet to the brink through unsustainable global heating. The 5 key messages to the world leaders. We face a stark choice. Either we stop it or it stops us. First, the 5 key messages are, first, it's time to say enough. Even enough of brutalizing biodiversity, killing ourselves with carbon, treating nature like a toilet, burning and drilling and mining our way deeper. Second, keeping the 1.5 degrees goal alive. The UN chief called for greater ambition on mitigation and immediate concrete action to reduce global emissions by 45% by 2030, an effort that should be led by developed countries. We must do more to prevent vulnerable communities. Mr. Guterres highlighted that adoption measures work and that early warning systems as well as climate smart agriculture and infrastructure save lives and jobs. The COP must be a moment of solidarity. The UN chief reiterated his call for a 100 billion climate finance commitment in support of developing countries to become a reality. Those suffering the most, namely least developed countries and small island developing states, need urgent funding. And then fifth message is build on progress. The number of countries have made credible commitments to net zero emissions by mid-century may have pulled the plug on international financing of coal, and over 700 cities are leading the way to carbon neutrality. Mr. Guterres warned that we are fast approaching tipping points that will trigger escalating feedback loops of global heating. But investing in the net zero climate resilience economy will create feedback loops on its own, virtuous circles of sustainable growth, jobs, and opportunity. Mental and behavioral health at hybrid work. Healthcare costs, COVID-19 vaccines, and behavioral health challenges are top of the mind. Employers are preparing benefits plans for a new normal and hybrid workforce and are highly focused on addressing behavioral health issues. Employers' and biggest well-being challenges are raising stress and burnt out and higher mental health related claims. Employers are prioritizing increased communication to boost engagements in existing behavioral health programs over the next 3 years. Most employers, 93%, say behavioral health will be a priority for their organization over the next 3 years. 38% who are working from home today desire more flexible, mixed on-site and work from home experience in the future. Pandemic takes toll on emotional and social well-being. 29% say their mental and emotional health was deteriorated as a result of the pandemic. American Academy of Pediatricians. Pediatricians and child and adolescents pediatrics and children's hospitals declare national emergency on children's mental health. COVID-19 pandemic has taken a serious toll on children's mental health as young people continue to face physical isolation, the ongoing uncertainty, fear, and grief. Even before the pandemic, mental health challenges facing children were of a great concern, and COVID-19 has only exacerbated them. The numbers paint an alarming picture between March and October 2020. The percentage of emergency department visits for children with mental health emergencies rose by 24% for children ages 5 to 11 and 31% for children ages 12 to 17. There was also a more than 50% increase in suspected suicide attempts, emergency department visit among girls ages 12 to 17 in early 2021 as compared to the same period in 2019. Additionally, many young people have been impacted by loss of a loved one. Recent data shows that more than 140,000 US children have experienced a death of a primary or secondary caregiver during the COVID-19 pandemic, with children of color disproportionately impacted. We were concerned about children's emotional and behavioral health even before the pandemic. The ongoing public health emergency has made a bad situation worse. We are caring for young people with soaring rates of depression, anxiety, trauma, loneliness, and suicidality that will have lasting impacts on them, their families, their communities, and all of our futures. We can't sit idly by. This is a national emergency, and the time for swift and deliberate action is now, said the AACAP President Gabrielle A. Carlson, MD. Amy Wimpy Naik, President of CHA, added, "We are facing a significant national mental health crisis in our children and teens, which requires urgent action. In the first 6 months of this year, children's hospitals across the country reported a shocking 45% increase in the number of self-injury and suicide cases in 5 to 17-year-olds compared to the same period in 2019. Together with the AAP and the AACAP, we are sounding the alarm on this mental health emergency. Children and families across country have experienced enormous adversity and disruption. The inequalities that result from structural racism have contributed to disproportionate impacts on children from communities of color, the group stated in the declaration. The organizations are urging policymakers to take several actions, such as increasing federal funding to ensure all families can access mental health services, improving access to telemedicine, supporting effective models of school-based mental health care, accelerating integration of mental health care in primary care pediatrics, strengthening efforts to reduce the risk of suicide in children and adolescents, and addressing workforce challenges and shortages so that the children can access mental health services no matter where they are. Sustainable developmental goals. Making peace with the nature is possible if we start now. Making peace with the nature is possible. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with the nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we can't achieve sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty, by 2030 if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economics and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now let's watch this small clip, Making Peace with the Nature. The World Health Organization Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be peace without health. If individuals and groups enjoy equitable access to health services, fulfilling their rights to physical and mental health, and health actors design neutral health interventions that promote trust and dialogue, and communities are empowered to cope with violent conflict, then health coverage is more universal, grievances can be heard and addressed to generate trust around health emergency concerns, affected communities are more likely to make meaningful contributions to peace and reconciliation and to resist incitements to violence. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. United States Institute of Peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, and universal benefits and opportunities for all. Now, let us see the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the global peace. The international peace and security, Vedic tradition beautifully describes that Yastu Sarvani Bhutani Atmani Ivana Pushyati Sarva Bhuteshu Chatmanam Tato Navigugupshate. Isha Upanishad, verse 6. The global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough. He moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves whole village or whole country. And if he is more powerful, powerful enough like incarnations, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. So whatever level it is, global peace is the byproduct of individual peace. So how do we get the individual peace and bliss? Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given various techniques by practicing completion, by practicing unclutching, and various other techniques. Now, which not only address the mental health issues and leads to each individual gets the mental peace and bliss, which leads to the global peace. Let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explaining the same, the completion technique.
Today I wanted to expand on the science of completion. How the science of completion can directly impact the consciousness you are carrying and the consciousness embodied in many bodies. Please understand, the more deeper you go inside you, means more deeper space you go inside you, more expanded you become, more one with everything, more oneness you experience. Because the more deeper you go, the more you experience the unified field of consciousness. Various words are used. Some of the Hindu traditions uses the word Atma, Brahman. Some of the Hindu traditions use the word Nirvana. whatever word you may use, Atman, Brahman, Nirvana, unified field of consciousness, whatever. But one thing I want to tell you, the deeper and deeper you go in your inner space, you experience the vast oneness. The more superficial you are, the more incompletions you carry with others, even with yourself. The more superficial you become, even your own right hand and left hand fights with each other. Different parts of you fights with you. Different thoughts of you fights with you. Even you fight with you, the more superficial you go, the more deeper you start traveling. First, you get integrated. The you fighting with you stops. Then, the people around you get integrated. They fighting with you stops. Completion with yourself, then completion with others, then comes completion with other things, not just living beings, even with inanimate beings. The completion starts happening. Even with a nature, completion starts happening. Please understand, the more deeper you travel, the more deeper you go, the more deeper you settle down, the more deeper you start living. Your cognition expands. Your cognition includes. Your cognition becomes more and more inclusive. More joy, more bliss, more knowledge, more enlightenment. Please understand. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. I tell you, even if death comes at this moment, I can tell you very clearly, I can face the death directly and tell the death, I have enriched every human being more than what I received from anybody. I have given to every human being whom I met in my life more than what I received from them. My accounts is clear. I am ready. Come on, let's go. My accounts is clear. I don't have debt. No credit card money to be paid, loans to be paid, no debit card, no credit card. My accounts is clear. Understand? When you feel everyone is your extension, the power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Powerful way. Even in that, you will become powerful. So, any lifestyle you choose, you will get power in that field. Whether it is exploiting or enriching, murdering or raping or go on serving. Whatever lifestyle you choose, living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone. The best power you can have through living is power of enriching. Whatever you do, as I said, whether you live the life of enriching or exploiting, you will become powerful. I tell you, the power of exploiting brings more and more conflict within and without. And those conflicts naturally bring suffering. And the power of enriching brings more and more completion in you and in others. This full month, Nithyananda Sangha all over the world. The other day I was seeing, we have officially presence in more than 50 countries. As devotees, group of devotees, we have presence in 100 countries. All over the world, we are going to celebrate this whole month for Global Peace Month, impacting global peace. All of us this whole month will live completion and do samskara dahana kriya. Means burning the patterns which separates us from others. Burning the patterns which are constantly keeping us in a superficial level. All over the world, we will be doing samskara dahana kriya, burning our patterns and leading us to more and more completion. And we also have special 3 Nitya Dhyana Yoga program teaching people science of completion and facilitating samskara dahana kriya. This month, 20th, 21st and 22nd, this whole month, all over the world, all our temples, ashrams, centers, yoga centers, schools, colleges, universities should do samskara dahana kriya, should do the practice of burning all the incompletions and patterns which leads to conflict, bringing more and more peace inside us and outside us, spreading peace. This whole month, let's impact global peace. Let us really contribute to the global peace, not just talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not just talking about it. Let's do it. Even if you teach the Samskara Dagana Kriya to 50 people in each area, each place where we have centers, ashrams, temples, two-way centers, yoga centers, even 50 people, each Tanidhar teaches, enriches them with this science. The amount of suffering and negative waves, negative vibes reduction can contribute so much to the world. Please understand. One positive person can burn millions people negativity. Experientially, with evidence we proved, one positive person has already burnt at least 20 million people's negativity in last 10 years and brought peace. So each one of you, if you stand up as one positive being, one authentic, responsible, enriching being, I tell you, we can do so much to the world. It will be better place than the time we entered. When we leave, it should be better place. That's all. When we leave the earth, it should be better place. So understand, inner peace is your birthright. Go to the depths of your being. Bring more and more completion into you. Completion with others. And start living Advaita. Today in the Inner Awakening session, it's all about completion with others. So last 6 days, literally, you worked so much, one by one by one by one by one, layer by layer by layer by layer. The completion with yourself. Now comes completion with others. Today, we are starting the science of completion with others. It's one of the most powerful science. Does so much to human beings, not just healing their relationships, even inside their consciousness, this inner space, so much of good is done. So much of awakening is done. See, when you have completed with others, the kind of strength you feel is the power of Advaita, strength of Advaita. 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 Strength of Today the inner awakening sessions are all about completion with others. We have long session today working on completing with others. So with this, because today we have a long session with inner awakening, we are also lagging behind the syllabus. Actually, it is a good news, it's not a bad news, because participants are so sincere. They are going through the whole process so intensely, sincerely. Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there is a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in the last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global.
Listen carefully. The space of Shanti is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra. Starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything. All the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen carefully. Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lost all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas. Is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure you yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the supreme pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then let them send the challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is responsibility of Hindus. We living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching, yoga, meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world. Hindus have the response.
Now, Kailasa's mission for global peace and super consciousness breakthrough. The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very grassroots, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. Some of the ways that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides spiritual solutions to combat the pandemic and other issues. Since the beginning of the global lockdown, the amount of contribution and activism of Kailasa has increased multifold through the Paramashivoham program, bringing super consciousness breakthrough to the whole humanity. By starting the Akanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna and contributing almost billions of minutes so far. Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, the sacred Sanskrit mantra chanting to heal 24/7 via Zoom session. Kailasa's mission of global peace and super consciousness breakthrough is spiritual healing to one and all 24/7. Helping humanity to cope up with insecurity, fear, disease by empowering individuals to heal themselves and learn to cope up emotions like sorry for the technical glitch. So learn to cope up emotions like depression and tough situations in relationships, providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through power manifestation. Initiating thousands every day into manifesting innate superhuman capabilities in the Kailas courtyard sessions, providing healthy solutions like a technique to clear the stomach from the Ayurveda solutions, which ultimately bring clarity out to the spiritual truths and give a conscious breakthrough. In the long term, establishing self-sufficient communities. Continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan, free food in Nithyananda Annalayas around the world including Tirunamalai and Los Angeles, paving way with the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in the Adi Kailas and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various life solutions from the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Hinduism prescribes various methods for global healing. One such is Maheshwara Puja, nullifying collective negativity simply through the presence of the avatar and his order of monks, offering Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamities hit victims. Bhava Samadhi Darshan to raise the individual consciousness breakthrough. Devi Parashakti Akashic reading the cosmic revelations. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solutions for COVID-19. Society was created with the delusional ideas of too many human beings, blind spots, and decisions made from those blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization or country or nation has blind spots when he develops the vision for it, the whole civilization suffers those blind spots forever. Now it is the time that the nature, Prakriti resets itself, and many of the blind spots based visions, ideas become important components of the society. This pralaya which is happening is melting down everything which is delusion based. The world as we know is gone, and let us celebrate God. This isolation which is seemingly endless, which is with an unknown future, which is compelling humanity to make 100% lifestyle change, is something to be deeply drilled upon. All problems need to be addressed only with the spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. To stop people having mental breakdown, pandemic fatigue, collapsing, depression, destruction, and also give them super consciousness breakthrough and revive the enlightened civilization, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. Some of the spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions are unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing Ajapa Japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, consciously building deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, and Nirahara Samyama. It's time we all take responsibility to save humanity, to protect people. With the spiritual solutions provided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and they are all free and open for all anywhere in the world can attend via Zoom sessions. Let us take few minutes now to share with as many people as possible. Let us save the world and let us give them the experience of these teachings. And for example, the experience of unclutching, one of the powerful teaching by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is Sanskrit we call Nirvikalpa Samadhi initiation, with started from May 2020, and people from over 50 countries continuously radiate the space of Paramashiva by practicing this unclutching meditation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It started from 13th May in 2020. At any given point of time, there are 4 to 8 zones actively unclutching around the world. Join this movement at http://kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions rooted in the highest truths, the lifestyle based on living and radiating the higher values of life, and the powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aimed to reduce crime globally by conducting mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. Scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after the participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of a community practiced meditation and crime rate was reduced by 16% on an average. The current tally on Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged, including all the events, programs, and festivals where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals. The total count comes out to be a staggering 409 billions of minutes so far. You can see some of the glimpses. About 5,000 devotees gathered in an event, participated in a 48-day meditation program called Shuddhatvaitam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela, United States, in Los Angeles since 2007. Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host the Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized the first confluence for the world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California, United States. The second Confluence for Peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. In 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life, to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted large-scale collective meditations on September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, one of the greatest contribution is initiating thousands into sannyas. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating hundreds of people into the Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute the best things of human civilization, living their life with the cognition that life is for others. These monks and nuns act as the harbingers of the peace and empowerment for the human society, distraught with violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, that is spiritual journeys, taking the spiritual aspirants to high energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailas, Varanasi, Angkor Wat, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation. Reviving the original spiritual context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern-day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring the individuals and collective peace as a natural consequence. Food systems hold key to ending the world hunger. Effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the UN has noted a dramatic increase in world hunger. According to the state of food security and nutrition in the world, 1/10 of global population, as many as 811 million people, were undernourished in 2020, an increase of 118 million from 2019. Under the Red Om, which is No Hunger Project by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through the Annalaya, the food donation center at the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies worldwide, under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served 5 billion organic sattvic meals so far. Giving free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from Vedas and Agamas. Recently, under the humanitarian initiative Launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the opening of Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, where the monastery campuses have been turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all basic facilities, including medical care, are provided at these COVID care centers, free of cost and for an indefinite period of time. The outcome has been a splendid zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling the COVID-19 pandemic at a community level, along with the guidelines and recommendations for governments, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. You can see the participants of the COVID care program offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are enjoying a healthy, blissful, spiritual lifestyle in multi-layered protection. They enjoy stress-free time, following a spiritual morning routine, doing yoga, daily puja, temple sevas, kara sevas, and celebrating festivals and much more. They enjoy not only joy, peace, bliss, and the conscious breakthrough. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below with https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Now, many of these COVID Care Centers or Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies are temple-based. Why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reviving the temple-based ecosystems across the world? Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has already revived so many temples, established so many temples across the world, and let's understand the temple sciences, especially now in the time when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease. The devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. Yet all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains that, let's watch a small clip on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism speaks about the deities holding energy when doing prana pratishtha.
Actually, after the great pause settling, I wanted to do this Kumbhabhishekam. And then the Shivacharyas have advised us that only after the Uttrayanam, Uttrayana Punyakala means after the Uttrayana starts, we are having a good date, Uttamottama date for Kumbhabhishekam. So that's the reason we waited. And see, fundamentally deity intensely receives the energy like a lightning and holds it and manifests continuously for the whole humanity. You see, it's like if I have to talk to you in a normal social language, it's like a lightning holder. Like see, I can get into the samadhi, one with Paramashiva, and bring the whole thing to planet Earth but the deity should be able to hold it and manifest it, radiate it for the humanity. So that is the reason the beautiful, dense, most dense granite deity is made. The earlier, the Avudayar we made, too much of power manifestation, it has given crack in multiple places. I don't know how you guys will be able to believe. Maybe I'll tell them to show the video. Such dense granite cracks to pieces and so carefully maintained with so much of all the Abhishekam, Puja and everything. Crack is the last thing you can imagine in dense granite, but so many places that earlier Avudayar has had, and that's the reason we made the new deity with more dense granite now. More dense granite, the deity is done, so it can withstand the power manifestation and hold the power for quite a long time. Maybe at least next 12 years it can hold. And before that I'm planning for the different level of granite for Avudayar. I wanted to teleport from the other planets where the 100 times more dense than planet Earth's granite is available. And anyhow, all that I'll do it and then show, and instead of giving material for trolls, I'll give information after everything is achieved, after everything is done.
On various occasions, Devi Parashakti revealed the Akashic readings to providing various solutions and heal people. On 19th May 2021, Devi Paramashakti revealed that to save people from Corona, I have set up a huge ship, Ananda Sarovar, Vaidya Sarovar and Ananda Lingam. I have made it in Adi Kailasa. Go there, take water every day, worship Ananda Lingam, water, turmeric, milk and neem rasam showered on Navapashanam are the medicines for this. The doors of Adi Kailasa will be open for all those who come with trust. It will protect body and will give you conscious health. It will also give highest powers. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The various across the India, various adhinams are converted into COVID care centers and are open. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies and cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India are medical care, allopathy, Ayurvedic, Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks and organic farming. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Center and register now through the link below with https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. With this, we are going to move on to the next part of our program. Stay tuned with the deep space of gratitude for the live satsang. And please chant the Mahavakya to receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with the deep space of gratitude. Let's chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே மக்களுக்காக மறுபடியும் நீ அவதரித்தனே மக்களுக்காக மறுபடியும் நீ அவதரித்தனே அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே கவிமிக அழக நோக்கா நோக்கா நின்னரு பெருக காக்கா காக்கா கவிமிக அழக நோக்கா நோக்கா நின்னரு பெருக ஏதும் பிற இரண்டால் கருணை நீ செய்யும் எந்தாயே ஏதும் பிற இரண்டால் கருணை நீ செய்யும் எந்தாயே அப்பனே செய்யும் எந்தாயே அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே மக்களுக்காக மறுபடியும் நீ அவதரித்தானே மக்களுக்காக மறுபடியும் நீ அவதரித்தானே என்னை அம்மையப்பனே அம்மையப்பனே நீ என்னையப்பனே 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 நீ என்னையப்பனே
நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா அறுபடை சக்தியின் ஒருமுக நித்தியனின் திருவடியை நாம் காண்போம் நித்யா திருவடியை நாம் காண்போம் நித்தியன் திருவடி கண்டு நோயற்ற வாழ்வினை பெறுவோம் நித்தியன் திருவடி கண்டு நோயற்ற வாழ்வினை பெறுவோம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா கேட்டால் தருவாய் வந்தால் அருள்வாய் நித்தியபுரி நித்யா நித்யா நித்தியபுரி நித்யா நித்தியன் பாதம் கண்டு சகல செல்வமும் பெறுவோம் நித்தியன் பாதம் கண்டு சகல செல்வமும் பெறுவோம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஆறுபடை கப்பா ஓம் ஆறுபடை கப்பா நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறுபடை கப்பா
Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa The sacred secret science of Kaya Kalpa is Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa to the whole humanity, to the whole world today. From today, Paramashiva will reveal the great sacred secret science of Kaya Kalpa. Understand? Search for healthy life, long life, healthy long life was done by human beings from time immemorial. Through their seeking, research, experiences, expertise, human beings have discovered many things to have long, healthy life in various civilizations. In Saraswati civilization, in Ganges civilization, in Hindu civilization, in African civilizations, in Egyptian civilizations, in various civilizations, a lot of things were invented, discovered, reinvented, rediscovered. But Paramashiva himself has revealed directly from Kailasa this sacred secret science in Vedic agamic literatures. Now, last 2 years, Paramashiva has directly showered me with that science experientially. The last 2 years, from the time I left India, I can see very clearly. Whole day I sit in Samadhi, receive all these great truths, and read the scriptures, Shastras, realize the real meaning, in-depth meaning, and decode those Shastras. I have received so much from Paramashiva last more than 2 years. Now I will present everything to all of you in an organized way. During this research, revelations, and after Paramashiva reveals, studying the scriptures and decoding it, revealing to all of you in this whole work. Everything Paramashiva revealed, I'll share it with you all. In this work, I have also spent little time in studying what various other cultures, other traditions, other researchers, human beings try to gather information through their research and development, through their thinking and collecting and organizing the data, whatever they did, I studied that also. Listen. Listen carefully. I am giving you the methodology through which Paramashiva revealed everything to me. First, as experience, he gave me this sacred, secret science. Once I started manifesting that in my life, I went through the sacred scriptures in which Paramashiva has documented this knowledge. When I went through the Vedic Agamic scriptures where Paramashiva has revealed this science in a detailed way, I understood the in-depth meaning. I understood the deeper meaning. The sacred secrets got revealed to me. I decoded the whole scriptures in a different level. Listen, when these revelations happened in me, I was so excited, inspired, energized. I tried to see various other knowledge traditions. Have they did any work in this field? What all the knowledge they have? After going through everything, the Atma Pramana given by Paramashiva and Shastra Pramana given by Paramashiva, then Apta Pramana, the great masters, earlier incarnations of Paramashiva and the enlightened beings, all their Apta Pramanas and various other knowledge traditions, their experiences and expertise. After going through all this, I realized the best, ultimate sacred secrets about health, long life, healthy long life. The secret science for healthy long life is revealed in its best form in Veda Agamic literatures. In Hindu traditions, Siddha, Ayurveda literatures, the Upa Veda and Upa Agama literatures. Now, I'll start presenting all of it in a very organized way. In a very presentable way, in a very user-friendly way. To all of you in the satsangs. First and foremost, let's bow down to Ganapati. He is the manifestation, the greatest manifestation of Paramashiva. Listen. Out of your consciousness, you 3D printed, consciously 3D printed this physical structure, Annamaya Kosha, breathing structure, Pranamaya Kosha, mental structure, Manomaya Kosha, cognition structure, Vijnanamaya Kosha, conscious structure, Anandamaya Kosha, from your superconsciousness, from your core, Paramashiva himself. Understand? Because you printed, you have powers to reprint, alter, evolve, rejuvenate, rebuild any part or fully. Next. I studied not just the Kayakalpa science revealed by Paramashiva in Veda Agama Shastras, not only I decoded, realized the deeper sacred secrets of Veda Agamic scriptures, the Kayakalpa science presented in Ayurvedic Siddha literatures. I also studied how it is practiced in other knowledge traditions like a mucus-free diet and intermittent fasting. All these kind of various knowledge sources how the hormones and chemicals in your body, when it goes up or down, how they behave, how they make you behave, how your behavior with yourself and with the society makes you experience yourself and how that impacts your hormones and chemicals in turn, how this becomes either vicious circle or virtuous circle. I studied everything. First secret I want all of you to know: continuously give love. You will live long, healthily. Listen to this first secret. Love everyone. Go on be loving as many people as possible, as many things as possible. Expand your zone of love. Expand your space of love. I tell you, love is such powerful energy. When you give the smile and love, the way others respond to you, react to you, and the way you start feeling about yourself, and the way again you experience you, and the kind of chemicals and hormones you release inside you, and the way you feel secured about yourself and others, it just becomes virtuous circle. Listen carefully. Giving love to yourself, giving love to others, more and more people, more and more situations, more and more beings giving love, taking intense decisions to enrich world, enrich others, Tyaga. Tyaga removes all the negativity from not only your mind, it removes negativity even from your intestine. The parasites, microbes from your intestine gets clean. Gets clean. When you start smiling at people, loving people, giving security to people, making people feel secured about you, with you, around you, you can learn this. If you observe my lifestyle sincerely, intensely, you can learn this. Listen carefully. The only reason I am working, active, alive, continuously, my sincere tyaga, sacrifice, love. Last 26 years, we have a documented history of my life. My whole 43 years is the great tyaga, hard work of my gurus. But 26 years, we have documentation available. The work I am doing continuously active, alive, repeatedly. How many times people try to break me? Not only I don't get disturbed, not only I don't fight back with them, not only I don't vomit any violence or anger, disturb my identity due to them, I just make them irrelevant in my life and continuously work. Do what I need to do. If you study Nithyanandapedia, the whole documentation of my life, you will understand what I am saying. More than 26 years, sincere, intense work is just because of my simple love and simple dedication, sincere yaga. Not for name and fame. And actually, I did not get the name and fame. I only got blamed. I only got accused. I did not get name and fame. So nobody can say I worked because for name and fame. Who got name and fame? last 10 years especially, being beaten left and right, accused, and assassination attempts, murder attempts, or any other. Every possible lawfare, cyberbullying, every possible problems were dumped on me. And whatever wealth gathered around me, the organization I built, everything was taken away from me. Everything was stolen and torn to pieces. I did not get anything. But still, I continue to work, and highly excited, highly inspired, intense, only getting more and more intense, sincere in my decisions, in my actions. I am taking my profession more and more seriously, my mission more and more seriously. Bring intense love to your being, you will have such high life energy. I tell you, the life energy is called Ojas and Tejas. The life energy which comes by your intense decisions and intense actions is called Ojas and Tejas. More you love, the reward for the love is you will have more love. The reward for tyaga, you will become a greater tyagi. Reward for sacrifice, you will do more sacrifice. Reward for work is you will do more work. When you, please listen. Reward for love is more love. Reward for sacrifice is more sacrifice. Reward for work is you will get more work. That's all is the reward, and I am happy about it. I sincerely did my first ashram, Tiruchengoda Adinam. That gave me more work to run more Adinams. When I started sincerely building Bididi, that gave me more work and more love, more sacrifice. Now I am building Kailasa with the grace of Paramashiva. Listen. Love is the source energy. Don't underestimate the power of love. Just few minutes during my puja, I remember my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara's love for me and my love for him. That's it, the elixir, the nectar gets released in my brain. And the side effect and after effect of that elixir, that nectar, Amrita Tara from my brain, it keeps me alive, joyful, inspired, excited, blissful for next 48 hours. But within 24 hours, again I do one more puja. Just few minutes of my puja. Remembrance of my feeling connection, just the replay of my love with my Guru, the way I drool over him and the way he held me. That's it. I tell you, at few minutes of my loving, feeling connection, oneness with Arunagiri Yogeshwara is like an internal organ body wash. The way the nectar pours inside my being, it just does a powerful internal organs body wash. So the first and foremost truth I'll tell you is love is the power for healthy, long life. Love is the power for healthy, long life. I just know he himself, who is Paramashiva, source of all knowledge, held me to manifest the best as my life. Oh God, he held me in his palms and still holding me in his palms, making me manifest himself, his own being. Love is the first ingredient you need to add to make you live healthy long. Next, what is the best food? I thoroughly studied with the grace of Paramashiva, a thorough study. The best food is all the things your body has already collected, processed and stored inside you. Whether the fat or anything your body has already stored inside you is the best food for your body. It means if you want to become healthy and live long, Allow body to eat all the things it has already procured and stored inside. Stop dumping too much food from outside. Allow body to eat itself. See, if you store too much grains and don't use it, rats can come, so many things can happen and it can become poison. Same way, the fat, undigested food, many things which is stored inside you, if you don't eat them, if you don't use them up, or if you don't flush them out, they can become poison. Best thing, allow your body to eat itself. Everything it has collected, accumulated and kept inside. And whatever it cannot eat, digest, make it as part of itself, let it send it out, let it flush it out. The most powerful, important, best food for your body is what your body has already accumulated and stored inside. At least 2 days every week, allow your body to eat itself. Lankanam parama aushadam. Fasting is the greatest medicine. Lankanam parama aushadam. Allow your body to eat itself. If you just stop eating 2 days a week, maybe you can take it like 1 day for Paramashiva, 1 day for Guru. That's it. Just 2 days in a week. Stop eating. Then your body will start eating itself. And if you just juice, drink herbs, herbal teas and juices, there are even herbal coffees, herbs added hot chocolates, you can drink any of that. It will not only eat itself, whatever the body feels it can't eat or digest, it will just flush all of that out. I tell you, the best food for your body, for healthy long life is whatever is collected and stored inside your body by your body. Allow your body to eat that. Lankanam parama aushadam. Whether your problems are as simple as migraine, some knee pain, small back pain, or as difficult and complicated situation as cancers. Any level, any problem, any disease, I tell you, Lankanam parama aushadam, like ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Among the dharma, Ahimsa is the Paramadharma among the medicines. Fasting, Langanam is Parama Aushada. Among the Aushadas, Lankanam is Parama Aushada. I am going to give you a lot of detailed tips, instructions for a healthy, long life. I wanted to tell you all, my disciples do not die. My disciples do not perish. Not only I claim, I am going to make healthy long life as a lifestyle of Kailasa. Lifestyle of Kailasa. We have so much of knowledge. And I have so many thousands and thousands of disciples from all over the world who really want to live long because they want to live with me. I am young and I am going to live quite a long time, at least 150 years more. I am very clear. I have a clear plan. At least 150 years more. Earlier I was thinking 126. Now I changed my plan. After this Kayakalpa experience, last 2 years, now I got the confidence I am going to live for quite a long time. So now 43, at least 150 years more. It means almost like 193, more than 193. It's not even like exactly 150 years. At least 150 years more. I tell you. Isavasya Upanishad very beautifully says, Chadaggun Samaha means live hundreds of years happily. The first Upanishad. Such intense life positive. Live hundreds of years. It is not just 100, 100, no. Hundreds of years. Sadaggun Samaha. True meaning of that word is live hundreds of years. Not only I am claiming the immortality, I am going to make this as a science for Kailasa. Anyone walks into Kailasa and asks how long you are living, as per the medical certificates and documents, I am living for last 300 years. That's the way people should talk. That is the way the system will be evolved. I tell you. You don't need to die. Mediocre people are brainwashed to live a mediocre life and die in a middle age, 150 years. 150 years is a middle age. And if you die 100 years, by 100, you died very young. Untimely death. this eating every day itself is a mediocre lifestyle. You have been brainwashed. The great saint from the Shaivite tradition, Thiruvalluvar, he says beautifully, மருந்தென வேண்டாவாம் யாக்கைக்கு அருந்தியது அற்றது போற்றி உணின். You don't need any medicine for your body. If you just know whatever you took inside has already left your body and then take the next meal or food. மருந்தென வேண்டாவாம் யாக்கைக்கு அருந்தியது அற்றது போற்றி உணின். Whatever you ate, make sure it already left your body. You are clean, fresh. Then take the next meal. I tell you, you are what you eat. You are what you eat. So be extremely sincere. Extremely sincere about what you eat. Next, always have higher intention for your fasting. See, the parasites and microbes in your body are more powerful than your mental intentions, than your sankalpa. But if you make your sankalpa as Shiva sankalpa, for example, if you do intermittent fasting for the sake of health, I challenge you will fail. I have seen enough people trying and failing. Because the parasites sitting inside your stomach, the kind of the visualization they release when the hunger chemicals are activated in the body, the kind of the visual picture about the food items they release in your brain, you just forget all your intermittent fasting. You simply eat. Only after you finish eating, you start repenting. Oh God, I drank high sugar juices and my constipation started. This is the regular routine of Tattvapriya I am describing. I tell you, this parasites and microbes sitting inside your stomach, the kind of the visualization they release inside your brain and break your sankalpa, your resolution, and forcibly make you eat. You will come back to your sense only after you eat. So these intermittent fasting ideas do not work. make your Sankalpa into Shiva Sankalpa by making the fasting as Vrata. See, you are feeling connection with Paramashiva. It will have many layers of your emotions associated with it. The intensity of your relationship with Paramashiva, it will have love, it will have little even fear, it will have some kind of a devotion, begging, prayer, greed, fear. So many, almost all emotions mixed together. Use the strength of your relationship with Paramashiva for empowering your Sankalpa. That is what is called Mama Sankalpam Shiva Sankalpamastu. Making my Sankalpa into Shiva Sankalpa. Use your relationship with Paramashiva to strengthen your conscious resolution. That is what is making your Sankalpa into Shiva Sankalpa. Only if you bring the religious commitment, your relationship with God, Paramashiva, into your Sankalpa of fasting or diet control, you will have the strength not to get disturbed, shaken, failed, collapsed by the parasites and microbes sitting inside you, sitting inside your biomemory. Understand? When the sex hormones are high in your body, how the parasites and microbes sitting in your body releases intense visualizations and forces you to act out. Same way, when the hunger-related chemicals are rushing inside your body, the parasites and microbes releases intense visualization about the food and eating. Actually, when the hunger comes, you even smell idli and chutney. You literally smell, not just see. And if you try to take a nap, in the dream you will be eating. And simply your resolution breaks. Without the cementing, reinforcing, RCCing of the religious experience, your strength of your relationship with God, Paramashiva, you will never succeed in things related to your food, sex, and obsessive compulsive behaviors. It can be fear related or phobic related issues. All these three: food, sex, phobias. In all these three, you need to use the strength of your relationship with God, Paramashiva, to make your Sankalpa into Shiva Sankalpa, to get out of the problems. created by the parasites and microbes sitting inside you. Hunger is not just the play of some chemicals and hormones. When those chemicals are released in your body, it triggers the parasites and microbes sitting inside your body, which has a multiple powers and capacities to destabilize you by attacking you physically, emotionally, mentally, psychologically, in multi-level. Sometimes you even start hating yourself for not able to eat what you want and do fasting. Why should I even live if I can't eat what I want? Hey, you should not eat to live the way you want. You are asked to maintain the diet to have a healthy, long life. But you think a healthy diet and lifestyle is kind of a punishment, and you feel, better to die early by eating whatever we want than to keep this diet and fasting and living a healthy, long life. What is the use? Even if I live healthy, long life without eating all this. What an extreme life negative ideas and thoughts encouraged, released, empowered by the parasites and microbes sitting inside you. Just see. I tell you, use your relationship with God to cement, bolster, empower your sankalpa into Shiva sankalpa, Mama sankalpa into Shiva sankalpa. I'll tell you one intimate incident happened very recently. I was talking to one of my daughter, whom I really would love to see around me, near me, when I leave the body and go to Kailasa, Maha Kailasa. I may want her next to me and transmit all the powers I wanted her to have and continue this mission. That kind of a person whom I really, really sincerely love and hope and trust as part of me. She was asking me, Swamiji, I want to live as long as you live. Tell me, what should I do? To her, I gave this instruction. Understand, it means this is the ultimate instruction, truth. I can say this is like the essence of this whole Kayakalpa, royal, sacred, secret science. I gave her the first instruction for you is do Pachapattini Viratham. See, in next few days, Parashakti herself is going to start the Pachapattini Vratam, and with Ganapati's grace, the grace of Ganapati, Paramashiva, Parashakti, I will also be doing the Pachapattini Vratam. Whoever wants to live healthy, long life, come on, let's do Pachapattini Vratam. Let's start Pachapattini Vratam. This time we have a detailed instructions. From Samayapuram Mahamariyamman temple, how the Pachapattini Vratam is done. It is 28 days, starting 7th March. Let us all do from all over the world. As a Sangha, Kailasa, not only let us all do the Pachapattini Vratam, let us enrich the whole world, as many people as possible, to do Pachapattini Vratam. All over the world. First thing, understand, with the grace of Ganapati, Paramashiva, Parashakti, Mahamari, it is very easy. Not at all difficult. She herself is doing, creating such beautiful ecosystem. And she is doing. It is so easy for all of us to do. I will also be doing this time. Now, it is not just ordinary fasting. You are given as prasadam of Devi special food like fruits, maavu, vilakku maavu, maavilakku maavu, panagam, salt-free buttermilk. All these does multi-level cleansing, detox. It makes your body to eat itself. All the unnecessary fat, everything collected and stored will be eaten and cleansed. Next important thing. Whatever your body can't eat and digest, it will flush it out. All the parasites and microbes will leave your system. I tell you, the Mahamari's blessings, Parashakti's blessings, will be on all of us. Let us all do the Pachapattini Vratam. The landing page is ready. You can register for more details. It is free. It is completely free. Actually, I am opening all the ashrams in Tamil Nadu. All the ashrams in Tamil Nadu. திருவண்ணாமலை, மதுரை, சேலம், சீரகாப்பாடி, ராஜபாளையம், all ashrams in Tamil Nadu. I am opening it. Any of you want to do Pachapatni Vratam, you can come to any of our ashrams to have the support of the ecosystem. You see, when you do it on your own, in your home, you may get tempted, disturbed, and you may not get that exact right diet. But in the ashram, you will have a beautiful ecosystem and everything needed. I am opening the doors of all Tamil Nadu ashrams. And I also wanted to make it very clear. The Bididi, Bangalore, Adi Kailasa is reserved only for the international sannyas trainees. I am making the Adi Kailasa campus especially for Gurukul and sannyas training of men and women from all over the world. The international people from all over the world, men, women, want to have sannyas training. Only for that purpose, Gurukul and sannyas training, only for that purpose the Bididi campus is reserved. Adi Kailasa is reserved. Adi Kailasa may not be open for public forever. Not just because of this corona. Even after the corona lockdown is over, I decided I will not open the Adi Kailasa Bididi campus for public. Adi Kailasa is reserved only for Gurukul and sannyas training of men, women from all over the world. It's no more open for public. If you are a public and if you have seen Adi Kailasa, that's it. From now you can't see Adi Kailasa anymore physically. You can see through Zoom when they do the pujas, rituals, virtual tours, you can see. But Adi Kailasa is only for sannyas trainees. Abat sannyasis, krama brahmacharis, sannyas trainees of and Gurukul. Brahmacharis, abat sannyasis, krama brahmacharis, naishtika brahmacharis, sannyasis, men, women both. Only for sannyas training, the Adi Kailas is reserved. People from all over the world can come and have sannyas training. So Adi Kailas will not be opened for public forever. I am going to make that campus a unique energy field where only sannyasis live. The ecosystem is so pure, a powerful ecosystem of no powerlessness related to food, sex, fears, all three. So it's going to be pure sannyas ecosystem, Adi Kailasa. But all the Tamil Nadu ashrams, I am opening it. Thiruvannamalai, Erodu, Tiruchengodadinam. And Salem, Madurai, Rajapalayam, Sieragapadi, I think almost every district headquarters we have ashrams. I am opening all these ashrams, Trishulam, all these ashrams to anyone who want to do Pachapatni Vratam. You can simply come, stay for 28 days. We will do puja to Mahamari, Samayabarattu Mahamai, and give you the prasadam you need to take during the Pachapatni Vratam. and provide you a very beautiful, powerful spiritual atmosphere, ambience for you to do the Pachapatni Vratam. If you are in Tiruvannamalai Ashram, you can go around the hill Girivalam every day. If you are in Madurai, our branch Kailasa in Madurai, you can have darshan of Meenakshi and Sundareshwara every day. If you are in Salem Ashram, you can go and have the Kailasanadar, Tarapuram, the Kailasanadar temple darshan. I think Tarasuram maybe, Tarapuram or Tarasuram. That Kailasanadar temple, you can have his darshan every day. If you are in Rajabalayam, you can have the darshan of Vaidishwara, Vaidyanatha Swami and Vellibuttur Andal every day. And even Hyderabad Ashram I am opening for the Pachapatni Vratam. Even the palace, the Ichapuram palace of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam, palace also will be open for people to come and observe the Pachapatni Vratam. Other than the Bidadi campus, almost all ashrams I am opening it. Other than the Adi Kailasa, I am opening all the ashrams for people to come and do Pachapatni Vratam. Malaysia campus also will be opened. Any devotee from Malaysia want to observe Pachapatni Vratam, you can come and stay in Malaysia ashram and do Pachapatni Vratam. Alangulam Adinam. In Kerala we have a ashram in Kozhikode and Thrissur. The Kozhikode ashram also will be opened. Anyone wants to do Pachapatni Vratam can come to any of our ashrams, Adinams, campuses other than Adi Kailasa in India, Malaysia and Singapore and even Mauritius, but not in US and Canada. US and Canada we can't accommodate anyone, not in USA or Canada. All the ashrams in India, Mauritius, Malaysia, Singapore will accommodate other than Adi Kailasa Bidadi. People who want to do Pachapatni Vratam for all 28 days. You can even come one day ahead and stay after 28 days, few days. It's up to you. We will provide everything needed for you to successfully complete the Pachapatni Vratam, including the spiritual ecosystem, ambience, which is very important for completing this kind of a great vows of Pachapatni Vratam. So, in India, all the ashrams other than Adi Kailasa, even Kashi will be opened. Kashi, Trishulam, Tiruvannamalai, Kerala, Kozhikode, Adinam, and Hyderabad Adinam in Telangana, and Ichapuram Palace in Andhra Pradesh, everywhere. Other than Adi Kailasa, all campuses are open for the people who want to do Pachapatni Vratam. All the Adinams prepare. Have a beautiful big portrait of Samayapuram Mahamayi and Tiruvannamalai Mahamariyamman, both. And start collecting all the things needed, stock everything. Enrich as many people as you want, as you can. I feel we should do at least 10 lakh million people all over the world should do Pachapatni Vratam. This is the best way to start the Kaya Kalpa. If you are too poor, you don't even have the travel expense, from your place to our nearest Adinam. We can give you the travel expense if it is inside the country. Like somebody in India want to travel to any one of our Adinam to do the Pachapatni Vratam, we can support you inside that country for travel expense. Somebody in Malaysia want to come to Malaysia Adinam and stay for 28 days and do Pachapatni Vratam, we can support that travel expense inside that country. Not from outside the country, inside that countries. So Mauritius Adinam, Malaysia Adinam, Singapore Adinam, and all the Adinams in India other than Adi Kailasa will be open for Pachapatni Vratam. From 7th March we will be starting 28 days. Parashakti, Mahamai herself is doing. So let us do along with her. She will make it successful for us. This is a best first step towards Kayakalpa. Healthy, long living. The best possible healthy, long living science is available in Veda Agamic scriptures. Many knowledge sources, many countries, many traditions tried. The best secrets are available in Veda Agamic traditions, Veda Agamic scriptures. I will reveal everything and make it as user-friendly, experiential. In further satsangs, whoever wants to join the Pachapatni Vratam, raise your hand and register today itself. Don't allow your mind to waver. Raise your hand and register today itself. Whoever wants to do the Pachapatni Vratam, raise your hand and register today itself and start enriching the world to do the Pachapatni Vratam. So this is the best, beautiful beginning for Kayakalpa. Great. Register today itself and start enriching others also for this great Pachapatni Vratam. Yes. So that the healthy long life starts for all of us. Yes. And great. Wonderful. Let's start enriching the world. Do Pachapatni Vratam from today. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living, Shuddhatvaita Saivam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादिसमस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासनपीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मशासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानन्दप्रणवस्वरूप श्रोत्रियब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवच्छ्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव श्री ज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञानवितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
Your Holiness, on behalf of all Buddhists of Russia, I would like to wish you a very good morning. Today marks the 13th year since the teachings for Russian Buddhists began. We have been so fortunate to be with you for many years in Dharamsala, New Delhi, and Riga, Latvia. We truly miss those moments, and we will always cherish them. We all impatiently look forward to being in your presence again. This is the second year that we're meeting online for the teachings. On behalf of our co-organizers, I would like to welcome everyone to today's event. A few years back, we consulted with Your Holiness by asking which books on Buddhist philosophy and practice we should translate into Russian for everyone's benefit. Your Holiness recommended a list of important Buddhist texts. We were able to complete translating several books since then, and it is my honor to humbly inform Your Holiness that a few months back, we completed the translation of and publishing the following texts by Maitreya. In Sanskrit, Mahayana Sutra Alankara; in English, The Ornament of the Great Vehicle Sutras; in Tibetan, Dodegen. Second, in Sanskrit, Dharma Dharmara Vibhanga; in English, Distinguishing Between Phenomena and Pure Being; in Tibetan, Chodachunye number 2. Third, in Sanskrit, Madhyayanta Vibhanga; in English, Discourse on Discrimination Between Middle and Extremes; in Tibetan, Udanamye. The texts were translated by Algirdas Gugievicius, edited by Andrei Terentiev, and published by Save Tibet Foundation, Moscow. We are thanking everyone who generously provided support to this important project. It is a big honor and blessing for us that today Your Holiness will be bestowing us the teachings on Mahayana Sutra Alankara, the ornament of Great Vehicle Sutras, Dodegen. Your precious teachings will definitely help Russian Buddhists to understand and depth of this text, as well as the Buddhist Bodhisattva path, to which its main subject. With prostrations and offerings of the mandala on behalf of all Buddhists of Russia, I wish Your Holiness a long life and good health. Today, we begin the teachings with the recitation of the Heart Sutra in Tuva language, led by the head of the Buddhists of Tuva, Khenpo Lama Natsik Dorju. The recitation will be done in the main temple of Tuva, Kure Tsechenling. It will be followed by the Heart Sutra in Buryat language, led by Yilo Rinpoche. It will be recited in Rinpoche Baksha Monastery in Ulan-Ude, Buryatia. Thank you, Your Holiness.
투시체
인디 달라 파가바디 브라냐 바라미다 기리다 대비 달라 준데 네마 셰라기 바로 드치비 녀모 다와다다 어더 예예 메르게 노감 바라미다 전능 줄리 줄리
Hıbılığı sağdaki zartı kurhan, ol dursun. Ülküge kılır,
Agavate Prajna Paramita Hridaya Tubude Kaler Ramdan Dema Cheravji Paral Du Chimbi Nimbo Mongole Kaler Ilujo Tugos Nukshang Ikubelege Sadaki Zarta Kurhung Kols Durkung Medo Damare Ralinja Nede Jambadi Zanja Jendo Mede Bulawai Do nam da jela jovara jo gare ravien gorave shim kam su bande deva male jomene jare deva dindin ran poye Ravanje barado anjoroje idam guru ranamandava kamnirya dayami.
Ja, dat is het.
So today,
좀 전에 내 땀바디 장내 장도
so with regard to the Buddha's teaching, the Buddha has prophesied that my teaching will spread from north to north. So there is such a saying. And so the Buddha Dharma spread in India, in the monastic institution of Nalanda and so forth. And then from India, it spread to Tibet, and from Tibet, it spread to the Mongolian regions, Buryatia and so forth, the ethnic Mongolians also. So we understand this prophecy to mean that the teaching will spread from India to its north, Tibet, and from there to its north, which is the Mongolian regions. And so, in any case, the Buddha Dharma, and particularly the Nalanda tradition, this pure tradition of the Nalanda, which is can be explained not merely on the basis of faith, but through reason and logic, through investigation into the teaching of the Buddha, following the teachings of Master Nagarjuna and his disciples, and also Master Asanga and his followers, but particularly the following Master Nagarjuna's lineage. So the writings, in order to understand them, we need to use study logic and epistemology. So in Tibet, we have the study of Vinaya and Abhidharma, of course, but the important texts that we study are Pramana Varti Kakareka by Master Dharmakirti, and then thereof the Tatu Samgraha thing. So in other words, Tibetans have this very good tradition of studying Pramana texts on logic and epistemology. So when I was young, most of the Gomang Keshis were from Mongolian regions, and then in Sera also there were few, and also in Gaden Changse there were few Mongolian students and Keshis. And so the great monastic, the Keshis were Mongolians. And then regarding myself personally, one of the assistants in debate was Ngodup Tsogye, who taught me the procedure of debate. And he was said to, I heard that he was from Abak region of Mongolia. And so, in other words, the geishis, as I said, particularly in the Gomang, and particularly in Gomang monastery of Jepung, we could almost say that if there were any geishis at that time, they were necessarily Mongolians. And so Buddhism, which spread in Tibet widely, had declined at some point, but Mongolian scholars came to Tibet, and then Buddhism again flourished in Tibet through the preservation and promotion of the Dharma. And so today we have Mongolians and ethnic Mongolian students in our monastic institutions here in India. In Gomang Monastery, for example, we have quite a number of Mongolians and ethnic Mongolian people, students. So generally speaking, the teaching of the Buddha, and particularly that of the Nalanda tradition that we have in the past, Tibetan Buddhist tradition was named Lamaism, but over the last many years, people have understood that this Tibetan Buddhist tradition has the tradition of studying logic and epistemology and reason, and therefore it is today recognized as being a glorious Nalanda tradition, belonging to the glorious Nalanda tradition. And the Sri Lanka, Burma, and Thailand, of course, have the Theravada tradition. They have very good practice of Vinaya, the monastic code of discipline. But with regards to logic and also the Madhyamaka studies, there are only Tibetans and Mongolians who are the custodians of this study of these disciplines. So we have considered it very important to study the great treatises, the Buddhist literature, and therefore we have re-established the monastic institutions where there are these studies of the great treatises in India after coming into exile. And so today, I have this opportunity to give teaching to the Russian Buddhists. I'm very honored. So we have ethnic Mongolians and Russian students in our monastic institutions pursuing their studies. So when I was once in Mongolia, I had a talk with the abbot of the Khenpo Lama, I think, of Mongolia. So when I first visited Mongolia, after they recited and chanted the mandala offering verses, and at that time I felt very sad as well and had tears. And today it seems that we have there is sign that the Buddhism will flourish again in your regions. So there was at that time, the Buddhism has been crushed by the Red Communism. And at that time, I had a talk with the Mongolian Khenpo Lama and told him that it's very important to do study of Buddhism. not just doing chantings of prayers.
다 전화 안 되지. 또 들어 나까지 디.
So the teaching today would be
대보시면 도리견 대보시면 도리견기 더 숨쉬 나야 저기
on the Mahayana Sutra Alamkara, ornament of the great vehicle sutras. And so as you requested, the Russian Buddhists,
되게 안 들라고 나시리 도미기 슝 이니 참주 대가사 다 디나네 조셔리
so there are 5 treatises
어디 디유디
Maitreya,
쟤네다
and of these, Visamaya Alamkara, ornament of the
마차샤
clear realization and ornament of great vehicle sutras are the more important texts. So I have memorized Abhisamaya Alamkara when I was very small, and I would recite whatever I had memorized on the day in front of my tutor, Yongzhen Ling Rinpoche, and at that time, of course, I didn't understand the meaning. But later, as I studied these texts, the Abhisamaya Alamkara by Maitreya and Madhyamaka Avatara by Chandrakirti, I found them incredibly great texts. And so regarding Abhisamaya Alamkara, it actually explicates the progression along the path to Buddhahood that are taught in the perfection of wisdom teachings. And then Madhyamaka Avatara, to understand the emptiness taught in the sutras, perfection of wisdom sutras. And so over the many years, last many years, I have had discussions and dialogues with the scientists. And when we discussed about mind and emotions, many of the scientists really appreciated the knowledge that we have about mind and emotions, that we studied from the Prajaparamita studies, during the study of Prajaparamita text. So the scientists appreciate our knowledge about psychology, and today Tibetan Buddhism has gained some name and honor amongst the Buddhist, among the Western modern scientists. It's not because of the charm or the ritual dance where people wear different masks and so forth and chantings, but because of the study that we have of Buddhist tradition, which are the studying the classic texts through logic and reason. Within the teaching of the Buddha itself, we find those that are interpretable or and those that which are provisional teachings, as the Buddha himself has said, O monks and monks and scholars, just as gold is tested by rubbing, cutting, and burning, likewise you should examine my teaching and then accept it, not because you have faith or devotion in me. And so the Nalanda tradition has this investigation into the teaching as the mainstay of the tradition.
가서 그렇게 차비제제 다가라 가서 우르스 쿵기.
So the republics within the Russian Federation, like Buryatia, Kalmykia, and Tuva,
So the 가다 벽에다 낭취
So you follow the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. You studied it.
저다 더리께서 아주 별의 산지
So in Tibet itself, of course, in the past,
몽대를 신시해야지. 다 더리께서
it was said that the Tibetan Buddhist tradition is merely blind faith. But today, in many Western scholars, and including scientists, have come to understand that because of their following the tradition of the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, this idea of Tibetan Buddhism being based on blind faith has more or less subsided. And so you, the Buddhists of Russia, in the Russian republics, and also the Mongolian people. So you should also keep up with the study of Buddhism, which we can actually boast to the world. So the Tibetans and the Mongolians and ethnic Mongolian people in the Russian Federation can actually make this possible. So whether you are Buddhist or not, whether you are or not, studying and taking in, there is a newfound interest in the study of logic and epistemology. So we should pay attention to that. In Tibet, Chaba Choji Sengye and his disciples were said to have initiated the tradition of debate in Tibet, where we use logic, such as the reductio ad absurdum logic, and that also has spread in Mongolia as well in the past. And so, when I sat for examination, of Geshe examination, I had to sit to answer the questions from the monastics the monks in the Seragat and Devung monasteries. And at that time, there were some of the debaters were Mongolians, and I had some difficulty understanding their pronunciation. And Yongzhen Ling Rinpoche was also there, and I remember that he also had difficulty understanding their pronunciation. The Mongolian scholars, of course, there had been many of them in the past. And at the Mönlam festival, in the evening, the debate was usually done on the Abhidhamma and Vinaya, and almost all the debaters were Mongolians. They stood in line to so of course we Tibetans as well as you, the Mongolian and the ethnic Mongolians, the Russian republics have great difficulty in the meantime. But it is now the time for us to preserve our traditional religion. And so because of that, I would like to request you to work hard in the preservation and promotion of this Buddhist tradition that we have. Of course, we cannot finish the Mahayana Sutra Alamkara, but we will just begin the teaching today.
It
is usually said that with regard to the perfection of wisdom sutras, the great extensive path system that are taught in there So the first 6 chapters are said to summarize or show the essence of these teachings in the Perfection of Wisdom Sutras. So I received the teaching, the transmission of this text from Genrinzin Tempa of Kinur. I received the teachings on transmission on the 13 different texts from him, and so this included this Mahayana Sutra Alamkara. So in the Indian language, it is the Mahayana Sutra Alamkara, Karika. When the texts were translated from India into Tibetan language, Indian language into Tibetan, there is this tradition of giving the title in Indian language, in Sanskrit here, as decreed by the Tibetan emperors at that time. And then the Tibetan title, and then the homage to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the translators. He who knows the meaning created a composition showing that meaning with flawless speech and phrasing, out of natural compassion for suffering beings in order to free them from suffering. For beings who follow the way expounded in the Supreme Vehicle, he revealed the nature of the 5 unexcelled metaphors. Number 2, the crafting of a piece of gold, the blossoming of a lotus, eating well-cooked food when starving, hearing good news, and opening a chest of jewels. These illustrate the sublime delights the teachings set forth here will bring. When those of natural and ornamented beauty behold themselves reflected in a glass, in a mirror, it brings them consummate delight. So too, when the meaning of the Dharma, whose excellent words are always naturally full of virtues, is clarified, it brings the wise the greatest joy. Like medicine that smells foul, yet tastes quite sweet. Know the Dharma also has these 2 aspects, the meaning and the words. This difficult Dharma, extensive and profound, is like a monarch. So these 2 aspects, the extensive and the profound teachings that are taught with great effort, so we should understand them. We should learn them through study. Is like a monarch, difficult to please. Yet, if pleased, it likewise will bestow the richest of sublime qualities. So it is very important, as I said earlier, for us to pursue the study of Buddhism. When I was little, I memorized the Abhisamaya Alamkara and Madhyamaka Avatara, and then, of course, at that time, I didn't understand the meaning of these texts, but then as I started studying and I understood the meaning, it gave me great joy. And today, when I read these texts, whenever I have the time, and also I feel very good to understand the meaning of these texts. And then personally, for my practice, as it is said, this is Madhyamaka Avatara, chapter. The three last verses of Madhyamaka Avatara, 6th chapter. Verses 224, 225, and 226 of chapter 6. The verse 224 says, thus illuminated by the rays of wisdom's light, and so forth. And then verse 226 ends with, to the excellent far shore, the oceanic qualities of the conquerors. And then as the verses number 34, 35, 36 teach, I read them and also they study these verses based on the commentaries written by Master Tsongkhapa and so forth, and particularly that of the auto commentary by Chandrakirti himself. So verse 5 done, and then the purest, priceless jewel will not delight the eyes of those who cannot see its worth. So this is really true. If people do not know how to check do not have the skill to check their quality, they will not appreciate it. And similarly, it is the case with the Dharma. This Dharma is the same for those who lack discernment, for those who are the opposites. Each will bring commensurate delight. Chapter 1 done, and then chapter 2. So verse number 1, the great vehicle is shown to be the Buddha's words. Because nothing adverse was predicted, it appeared at the same time, and so forth. And so it is very important for us to study the text, the Dharma, and not just leave it aside by saying, oh, this is very difficult for me to understand. It is beyond the scope of intellectuals. It can be proven. Its existence and non-existence depends on there being another vehicle. It is the antidote, and its words mean something different. So, question and answer session.
Thank you very much for your precious teachings. Today we have questions for you from different regions of Russia. And the first question is from Kure Sechenling, the main Buddhist temple of Tuva. It will be asked by Chambal Mongush.
Здравствуйте, Ваше Святейшество.
Good morning. Your Holiness, the Buddha said that monastic community, the Sangha, is a necessary requirement for the existence of the Buddhist teaching. My question is, what the Sangha members on the one side and what is the Sangha member and the lay people on the other side should do to promote the development of Sangha in the modern world, and how to increase the number of monks in the Buddhist regions? So in Tibet, there were some monasteries where there were very few monks, and then at that time, these monasteries would have more monks by some kind of obligation to admit, but that was an old-fashioned. So when we are at a time where people would appreciate the Dharma through understanding it, and then so in our monastic institutions in South India, the number of monks is not decreasing, but in Tibet, inside Tibet, although there are restrictions, in remote areas, So there were people who become monks and then study the great treatises of Abhidharma, Vinaya, and the Panchaparamita studies, and Madhyamaka studies, and also Pramana. So in order to be able to do these studies well, people join monastic institutions. So, of course, Buddhism is not about just faith, but it's people are gaining more and more understanding that we need to study the Dharma. And so the monastic institutions of learning should continue to study these texts, and this creates a circumstance for more people to join the monastic institutions. So, of course, on the basis of practicing the Vinaya, the three different practices of bi-monthly confession and so forth, when you have these practices done well, and then have the study of Buddhist philosophy through logic and epistemology, you should be able to serve the community that you live in also through these knowledge. So in today's world, Buddhism and particularly the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, which has a very good study of mind and emotions and also epistemology and logic, people are finding them to be incredible, these to be incredible traditions, and therefore they take interest in it. And so it is very important for us to study the Buddhist tradition that we have through logic and debate. Next, please.
Your Holiness, the second question is from Buryatia, from the Rinpoche Baksha Datsan, led by Venerable Yellow Rinpoche. The question will be asked by Grigory Karmayev.
Good morning, Your Holiness. Louder. Why karma is not being influenced by the subtle aspect of impermanence, the cause of its the cause of its creation is not the cause of its destruction. Instead, karma is becoming stronger and bigger with the passage of time. Are there other phenomena which are not influenced by subtle impermanence? So the question shows that the person is not knowledgeable about our treatises. So to be blunt, it's a foolish question. So with regard to the karma, the proliferation of karma that you have created. So with regard to the karma in general, it is said that if you have not created a karma, you will not also experience the consequence. And the karma that is created will give rise to its effect. And then the karma also proliferates. So the good karma, of course, once you have created it and you keep up with the practice, then it will increase in its strength. So I also have the experience of such thing. Because with regard to bodhicitta, for example, in the beginning I felt, oh, it's really nice thing. But today, every morning, as soon as I wake up, I pray. I recite these verses for generating bodhicitta, and then I have a Buddha statue in front of me, and I recite these lines from Master Shantideva's Bodhicharya Avatara, where I imagine that I am repeating after the Buddha himself. These verses, whatever joy there is in the world will come from wishing others to be happy. Whatever suffering there is in the world, they all come from wishing oneself only to be happy. What need is there to say more? Look at the difference between the Buddhas who serve others and the childish sentient beings who only think of for themselves. So, of course, these good qualities, such as bodhicitta and so forth, can increase as you do more analysis and investigation into it, its nature and so forth. You'll have greater understanding of it, and this and also gives more peace in your mind. And then regarding emptiness, the more you delve into its nature, the more you gain insight into the true nature of things, and that gives you conviction about the teaching itself on emptiness. As I quoted Master Chandrakirti's verses, the verse 224 in the 6th chapter, you will see how understanding emptiness can lead you to that of the true cessation. And the more you check them, then study them, it really gives you more understanding and deeper knowledge and conviction. Whereas other things, the negative emotions and so forth, will decrease as you do not have any good ground. So the Nalanda tradition of Buddhism that we follow is not at all a blind faith, but the more you delve into it, the greater your conviction. So that's true. Next. Oh, with regard to impermanence, things are impermanent because of being, because they disintegrate moment by moment, but their continuity still remains. But though the mind changes moment by moment, you could also develop your experience of the Dharma, greater and greater experience of the Dharma. And so, the Buddhist, the Mahayana path of accumulation and path of preparation. So I have some kind of a confidence or that I may reach the Mahayana path of preparation. And then from there to reach the path of seeing, go through the path of meditation, and the reach that of the Buddhahood. So it seems like it's everything is. I can see them in my palm. Next, please.
Our next question is from Galina Kubareva, board member of the Save Tibet Foundation.
Ваше Святейшество, вы неоднократно говорили, что ваши ученики...
Your Holiness, you recently mentioned that your disciples should practice all-encompassing yoga. Could you please give us more details on how to perform this practice? Should we recite the mantra after visualizing the moon disk and the Vajra standing on top of it, which symbolize bodhicitta and understanding of emptiness? How should we dissolve this visualization at the end of the session? So with regard to this all-encompassing yoga, I will do it now for you and also tomorrow as well. So this constitutes both the extensive path as well as the profound path.
말해 가서 대달로도 세계 나와 세션 장가는 내가 그 스승도다 뭘 되는지만 또 하냐 대표도 좀 고건조
verses from Madhyamaka Avatara, verse 224, 225, and 226. So through these verses, we could generate that of the all-encompassing yoga mind. First, reflect on bodhicitta. So our self-cherishing attitude is rooted in our the afflictive emotions. And afflictive emotions, all of them are rooted in our ignorance, that is grasping at some true, absolute existence in things and beings. And so, self-cherishing attitude is very narrow-minded, short-sighted. But we, as human beings who have this marvelous intelligence, we should think of all sentient beings have this broad perspective with the aim of reaching Buddhahood, which is qualified by both the Rupakaya and Dharmakaya. And so that we reach this goal, we should have both the wings of conventional bodhicitta and the ultimate bodhicitta. And reach through these, fly across the space and reach the further shore of Buddhahood. So when you reflect on these on a daily basis, you will have the confidence and the inner strength and courage to work for others. So as I said before, having both the wings of conventional bodhicitta and the ultimate bodhicitta, when you actually reflect on these seriously over and over again, you will actually have a confidence or a feeling that it is possible for me to reach that goal of Buddhahood. And so this comes through familiarization of these principles within yourself. And so with regard to this, the all-encompassing yoga mind, I usually encompass... I urge and encourage others to do this. So Yangde Rinpoche was clarifying the question whether we need to recite the mantra after having visualized the moon, disk, and the vajra. So it's not necessary that we should recite it. So of course, it is good to recite the mantra, but it doesn't really have that much impetus. So when you are able to reflect on the meaning of this all-encompassing yoga mind, well, then it would also make sense to say the mantra as well. So there's no need to also go through the visualization of dissolution of the dissolution process. I think it is related with the Tantra. As you go through the dissolution process of the elements, and then when you reach the stage called the clear light at the time of death, which is taught in the Tantras, so His Holiness is looking for the verse that he usually recites. So there is some words So of course I also do recite, visualize the moon disk and the Vajra, the mind. So which symbolize the bodhicitta, the moon disk symbolizing the bodhicitta at the heart. And then I think about emptiness and visualize this Vajra on top of the, standing on top of the moon disk. And so these two, the moon and the Vajra mind, I reflect on. Oh, so now I remembered. So this verse, I pay homage to the mother of all the Buddhas of the three times, which is the perfection of wisdom, which is without, which is inexpressible, inconceivable. So the dualistic, the emptiness, which is free of any dualistic appearance, is something which cannot be expressed. When you have the experience of it, it cannot be expressed, that experience. And it is something beyond our concepts. And also in the Heart Sutta it is said, form is empty, emptiness is form, and emptiness is not other than form, and form too is not other than emptiness. The fourfold emptiness as it's usually called. And so this perfection of wisdom is something which has to be understood by one's own self-awareness. So this can be explained in connection with Tantra, and to do that, you need to think about the difference between the adventitious minds and the innate clear light. So, with regard to the Rangtong, empty of its own being, and then there is the understanding of Shentong, the emptiness of the other, which could be understood on the basis of understanding how the basic nature of the mind, the clear light mind, is devoid of all the adventitious states of mind and emotions. So, whatever suffering there is in the world, as I recited earlier, they all come from selfish attitude, and whatever joy and happiness there is in the world all come from wishing others to be happy. What need is there to say more? Look at the difference between the Buddhas who think of others and the childish beings who think of themselves. And then think about these lines which says, which sensible person would feel discouraged to ride the horse of bodhicitta, which leads one from one blissful state to another blissful state. And Shanti Deva the tradition that has come down to us from Shanti Deva down is also called Nyamnen Chilabgyu, the blessing lineage of practice. And so, of course, again, so all of us want happiness and do not want suffering. There's no need to reason these out. And so what happens to us is because of our selfish attitude, extreme self-centeredness, we have problems. And when you think about others, and as Shantideva also says, unless you switch your happiness and joy with the suffering of others, leave alone reaching Buddhahood. Even in samsara, you will not have happiness. And so today, as we have found this human body, human life, and have met with the teaching, which has the complete practice of both the extensive and the profound practices. So we need to make ourselves worthy of having met with this teaching. So of course, it is 100% sure that nobody, no human being wants suffering, but everyone wants happiness. But because of us, because we let ourselves be carried away by selfish attitude, self-cherishing attitude, we cause suffering to others as well. Whereas if you cherish others over oneself, you will always restrain harming others. So I usually tell people around the world that we as human beings are same in wanting happiness and not wanting suffering. So as Buddhists, we usually say that all sentient beings are same in wanting happiness and not wanting suffering. And so just have this wish for all sentient beings to have happiness and the causes of happiness. So please reflect on that, and then so as we do not want suffering but want happiness, but because of our self-cherishing attitude, we are ignorant about the ways to create happiness, which is to say, this self-cherishing attitude comes as the root. And then, on the other hand, there is this sense of an I, which we cherish which is considered very precious. We consider my body, my this and that to be precious, because we consider ourselves to be precious. So though we say my mind, my speech, my body, but where is that I? As Madhyamaka says, so if you actually search for the identity of this person, the self or an I, nothing can be found. But that doesn't mean that the I does not exist. But it exists, though it exists. How does it exist? It exists as something which is designated. As Ratnavali says, a person is not the earth, fire, wind, and so forth, the six down to the consciousness. If it is not all of these, what else is a person? And then Master Nagarjuna answers that a person is the composite base designated on the basis of these six elements. And the elements too cannot be found when you search for the identity. And so we do say that my friend, my this and that, but where is that person? Where are you? Your brain is not you, your heart is not you. If you try to pinpoint and try to find out where this I is, of course, you cannot find it anywhere. So when you reflect in this way, you will come to understand that this I, this person, exists by way of mere designation. Even in quantum physics, they say that though things do appear to have some objective existence, so when you search for the identity of an I, the person, and you cannot find anything that that can be said to be that I, what you come to understand at the end is that this I is merely designated. Though it is merely designated, to our mind, it appears as if it has some objective, independent existence. And similarly, accordingly, we also cling on to such an existence of an absolute I. But think that I do not exist independently, apart from being designated. So you see me, the Dalai Lama, and you hear my voice, but if you try to find my identity, the Dalai Lama, you will not find anything as being me. And similarly, it is the case with you. You appear to me, but you do not exist. Apart from being designated by my conceptual mind. So just think that I does not exist apart from being designated, that there is no independent objective existence. So meditate on that emptiness of I for a while.
오야. 다 된저기 안다 동니 상무 당셔버디 되게 이게 꾸수 전주고선 다외
So the bodhicitta that you have generated earlier transforms into a moon disk at your heart, and this insight into emptiness transforms into a vajra standing on that moon disk. So the white moon disk symbolizes the bodhicitta, the conventional bodhicitta, and the vajra symbolizing ultimate bodhicitta. So these really are helpful to me. And so, my Dharma friends, you should also, if you could reflect on these two bodhicittas, it will definitely be beneficial to you. And particularly you, the people in the Russian republics, the Buddhists. So to understand bodhicitta, it is very important to study Bodhisattvacharya Avatara, and in order to understand, have a good understanding of emptiness, it's very important to study Madhyamaka Avatara. So, my Dharma friends, you should also keep this in mind, please keep this in mind, and not just get carried away by chantings and prayers alone, but consider these two principles important, very important, and generating this the all-encompassing yoga mind. With regard to dissolution process, it is to do with the Tantra practice. So as the verse which praises perfection of wisdom, the mother of all the Buddhas of the three times, it is said that this mother of perfection of wisdom, the perfection of wisdom is the domain of self-aware wisdom. So with regard to this phrase, self-aware wisdom, when you think about emptiness itself, you can understand it in terms of rangtong, emptiness of its own being. And then when you think about the dissolution process of the elements, the basic nature of the mind being devoid of adventitious afflictions and so forth can be understood in terms of shentong, the emptiness of the other. And so please think about the all-encompassing yoga mind on a daily basis, my Dharma friends. Please, next.
Your Holiness, the next question is by Yulia Boltinkova, administrator of Tergar Buddhist Center, Moscow.
Ваше Святейшество, в момент смерти наш концептуальный
When we are dying, our conceptual mind is dissolving, and when we are able to see, the nature of mind, the text mentioned that this state of mind is always neutral. My question is, if it is the case, why love and compassion are part of our nature? Why are the nature of mind considered to be positive and not neutral? Why is the nature of mind not positive, but neutral? So, of course, when we talk about love and compassion, they come under the category of usually the grosser states of mind. But when the 80 conceptions dissolve, of course, before going through this dissolution process, if you have a good understanding of love, compassion, and emptiness, and then, as I mentioned about the shentong, the emptiness of the other, so the mind not being affected by any other states, then you go through the dissolution of these 80 conceptions, as they're called, the 33 related with the luminous increase, and the 40 with the with luminous appearance, luminous increase, 40, and then 7 black near attainment. So, of course, we should gain familiarity with these processes of dissolution. And so once all the 3 visions of luminous appearance, luminous increase, and luminous black near attainment have ceased, then all the gross states of mind have ceased at that point. And then you are reached that of the innate clear light or luminous state of the mind, the basic nature of the mind. And so the teachings of impermanence, suffering, selflessness, and empty nature taught in the first sermon, and then the second turning of the wheel of Dharma teaching, that of emptiness, which is called the object clear light, and then in the third turning of the wheel, there is teaching on the luminous mind. So it is not easy, but you need to combine these two: what is taught in the second turning and the third turning of the wheel of dharmas. So at the end of course, as you keep up with your practice, as you go through the dissolution process of these 80 conceptions and so forth, you should be able to remind yourself of emptiness, as well as the luminous mind itself becomes more and more manifest through this dissolution of the 80 conceptions. You should also be able to think about emptiness as much as you can. Next.
Your Holiness, we have 2 more questions. The next question will be asked by Venerable Lobsang Tenpa, the coordinator of the Foundation for Contemplative Studies, Moscow.
Ваше Святейшество, последователи палийской традиции уделяют...
Your Holiness, followers of the Noble Pali tradition, spend a lot of time and effort meditating on the 4 applications of mindfulness, mindfulness of body, spirit, and so forth. You talk about these practices a lot in the Library of Wisdom and Compassion book series. Our question is this: how to contemplate the body, feeling, mind phenomena in the context of Madhyamaka view. So with regard to these 4 mindfulnesses, the 4 exertions, and the 4 power, the 5 faculties and 5 powers and so forth. These are all common to both the traditions of Buddhism, the Pali and the Sanskrit. So first we need to reflect on how things are impermanent. That body, for example, is impermanent because it comes through our delusions and karma. Therefore, it's impermanent. And through meditation, one comes to understand or develop the placement of mindfulness of body, mindfulness of feeling, mind, and phenomena. So we use our 5 sensory perceptions, and we think about the external objects, the form, sound, and so forth, and we should withdraw our mind from getting distracted to the external things and withdraw it within, and then think of placing your mind, mindfulness on the body, and then go on to feeling, and then the mind, and the phenomena. So these needs to be developed, and accordingly we need to develop the 4 exertions and the miraculous feet and so forth. So when you think of on a daily basis about emptiness, you will be able to develop this understanding of the mindfulness of the body and also feeling and mind. So So if you do not just let your mind, distracted outside, but bring it within yourself, withdraw it, you will be able to experience these 4 placement of mindfulnesses. Establishment of mindfulness is same. There's not much difference in between the Pali and the Sanskrit traditions. Next, please.
Your Holiness, this question is from the Association of Buddhist Communities, Arya Sangha. It will be asked by its president, Alexander Bugaev.
Good morning. Your Holiness, why aspirational prayers are so important in Buddhism, and how one moves from bodhicitta of aspiration to bodhicitta of application in order to change our world for the better. Thank you. So, of course, the prayers that we say actually have to do with their meaning, which are good. The content or the meaning of these prayers are good ones. And so these lines that we recite remind us of their content. So before saying the prayers, if you can reflect on their meaning, well, these prayers will help you to remind you of the different subject matters. So without having anything to do, without being able to understand the meaning, I mean, it would be just like a parroting. In Novolenka, I used to have a parrot. That parrot would also recite Om Mani Padme Hum, this mantra. So he doesn't really understand the meaning. What we need to do is reflect on the meaning of the Dharma through the process of study, and then gain the understanding based on that, and then also develop the understanding based on reflection. And so the main thing is for us to understand is to have something to reflect on regarding the meaning of the prayers, without which, if you just recite the words, of course it may have some good benefit of reciting the words, which are good. So when I was a young kid, Khenpo Thamba has used to give nuts and then recite the Om Mani Padme Hum to the parrot, which the parrot would repeat. So, of course, the parrot does not have anything to think about the meaning of the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra, but we need to think about the meaning, reflect on the meaning, and then recite the mantras or prayers. Otherwise, if you are thinking of only how to make money and how to deceive someone while saying some prayers, it doesn't have any meaning. It doesn't make any sense. Okay,
Your
next.
Holiness, this was our last question for today, and we are all looking forward to the second day of your teachings tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 투지체 다 속을 쳐줘서 또 교회 다 쳐줘 어머리야.
So the Russian
투지체
as the main audience of this teaching, I would like to also express to the rest of the audience to do your best, to the best of your ability, reflect on the all-encompassing Guru Yoga mind. That's all, and let's see you tomorrow as well.